All right. Can you hear me okay? All right. We're going to call the City of Iowa City formal agenda for the special executive session to order. It is December 9th, 2025, and it's after 4 p.m. Roll call, please.
Alter.
Here.
Burgess.
Here.
Harmson.
Here.
Mo.
Here.
Saleh. Teague.
Here.
Wyline.
Here.
All right. Well, good to see everybody here. I will mention that Mayor Pro Tem Salah is on the, she'll join us in the executive session. She just won't be here. We're going to move on to item number 2, which is purchase of sale of real estate. Could I get a motion to adjourn to executive session to discuss the purchase of or sale of particular real estate where premature disclosure could be reasonably expected to increase the price the governmental body would have to pay for that property or reduce the price the governmental body would receive for that property. The minutes and the tape recording of a session closed under this paragraph shall be available for public examination when the transaction discussed is complete. Could I get a motion to adjourn to executive session?
So moved, Harmson.
Second, Burgess.
All right. Roll call, please.
Wyline,
Yes.
Alter,
Yes.
Burgess,
Yes.
Harmson,
Yes.
Mo,
Yes.
Teague.
Yes. Motion passes 6-0. And we'll be back.
Yeah, now I can. Thank you.
All right, we are returning from executive session, and we are on to item number 3, which is a motion to adjourn back into, adjourn the meeting. Can I get a motion, please?
So moved, Alter.
Second, Wyline.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. All right. I want to see if Mayor Pro Tem Sala is on with us at this point.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes. Hello and welcome.
Yeah, thank you.
Great. We're going to switch to our work session. So today is December 9, 2025, and this is the City of Iowa City's work session. And item number 1 is the University of Iowa Student Government updates. Welcome, welcome.
Hello. We've got a week and a half left of school, so it's been pretty slow on the student government side as we've been kind of winding down. So we've just got a few announcements for you guys tonight. First thing is that tonight our Senate is going to be hopefully passing a resolution in support of more inclusive LLCs. LLCs are our living learning communities. Because of a lot of the state rules regarding DEI, we had to get rid of a lot of our LLCs that were identity-based. And we've been seeing really low engagement in our cultural houses and cultural organizations as a result. So we think that probably trying to get some more LLC-like organizations going, trying to bring the LLCs back, would be a really great way to get students re-involved with their communities. Because our cultural houses are on the very far side of campus. It's pretty out of the way for most students. And so the LLCs were really the easiest way. A lot of us were, getting to interact with our communities, whatever that be. So that is a resolution we'll be passing tonight and then sending to university admin. So we'll see what comes from that.
And then also we recently passed a funding bill to fund our Native American Student Association's powwow. We didn't have that last year because of, again, new state rules. So it was we didn't really know how to approach that, but now we have provided them funding again. And so we're really excited to support this part of our culture on campus.
Yeah, we're really excited. We approved $10,000 in funding for the powwow.
Wow.
So hopefully they'll be able to do a lot with that.
Great.
Thank you.
Cool. All right. Thank you all, and enjoy your winter break. All right. We're going to move on to item number 2, clarification of agenda items. Moving on to item number 3, information packet discussion, November 20th. November 26th. And December 4th. We do have some direction that staff is requesting off of 24 IP5. And there's a memo from the city manager there about the Bowler protected bike lanes. And we'll have our assistant city manager talk to us on this.
Yes, so we have Kent, our transportation planner, in the office, but this is really that presentation that was provided a couple weeks ago about protected bike bollards. And what we had heard from you is that, yep, the direction that we're heading seems great, but that with that Madison Avenue connection, which would connect some of our heavier used bicycle areas, that seems like that might be a little far out with some of the work that's being done on the Burlington Street Bridge and some of the other major projects that we have. And so we want to confirm direction with a project that's more immediate. And so in looking at that, staff did identify some corridors along Dodge Street and Governor Street to pilot some of these separated bike boulevard facilities. And I'll have Kent speak just a little bit to, with the mayor's permission, have Kent speak a little bit more to what that analysis looked like and that recommendation.
Great. Welcome.
Yeah, good evening, Mayor and Council. Kent Ralston, Transportation Planner. So Kirk did a nice job just kind of teeing things up. As he mentioned, Tool Design was hired earlier this year. They completed the analysis that you all received at your work session. I think it was on September 17th. Like Kirk said, after your last work session, we were given sort of the green light from you all to move forward with that Madison Street project. We'll also be looking at the Burlington Street corridor with the bridge replacement project, as well as the 1 to 2-way conversions of Market and Jefferson, which are also in your capital improvements program. So the idea behind this is just sort of parlay this project, which we believe we can get done a little more quickly, into those other already funded capital improvements projects. And probably the easiest way to understand that is if you look in that memo from myself and Jason Hovel, the city engineer, it sort of shows that map, and you can kind of see how we are trying to get our best return on investment by connecting by connecting West Iowa City to East Iowa City, which has long been identified as a problem for bicyclists. And happy to answer any questions you have about the particulars.
Yeah, timing-wise, it's my understanding that, the Dodge Governor is a 2026?
2027.
2027, okay.
Yep, so there'll be some design work done in '26, and then Dodge will start construction in 2027.
Okay. And then, but Madison Street is going to happen, and when would that be?
So Madison Street's not yet funded. It's not yet
Okay.
in your capital improvements program, but we would hope to get a project in there. And I don't know, Counselor, when the best timing of that would be. My guess is it would be after the Burlington Street Bridge project
Yeah.
to sort of connect those two. But it could be done anytime conceivably, but I think probably after that, which I think is why you all had some interest in getting a project done more
Yeah.
quickly.
Yeah, no, that all makes sense to me. I just was trying to look at this map here on page 2 of your memo and understand what was happening exactly, but.
Yeah, so the dates on there should be construction dates.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, and then so Governor Dodge, we've decided, does not convert to couplets anymore, or they are going to remain couplets, one-way couplets, but when does
Correct.
Market Jefferson conversion happen?
So Market and Jefferson, I've got some notes here. So
Is
currently.
Is that 28?
Yeah, so currently you're working on your capital improvements program,
Yeah.
which you know is part of our budget. Let's see, so Dodge is construction in 2027 currently. Market and Jefferson is 28 currently, and Burlington Street Bridge replacement's 29 currently. So there's kind of this succession of projects, and this would also just, like I say, kind of parlay nicely with those other projects as well, trying to get our best return on investment.
Cool, thank you.
So the question, just want to be clear what you're hoping for from the council tonight.
Sure. So we're looking for direction on whether to proceed with the 2026 Governor and Dodge pilot project, or if you would prefer to wait until some of these other projects start to get underway, specifically Market and Jefferson, kind of as your first Bullards project. If you do move forward with it, I think we're estimating that it would be $110,000 to do so. There would be other operational challenges that arise from Bullards that we'll have to work through regardless of what our first project is. There will be differences in the way that we have to maintain those, snow maintenance specifically, but just trying to figure out how we do bike bollards in Iowa City. It's going to be a learning process no matter what we do. So it's really, do you want to move earlier than Market and Jefferson or not, kind of?
And did you say that we do not, I'm trying to remember from our earlier presentation, do we have, I know for the snow removal, we need something that's like wider than what we have, but not as, do we have that equipment?
So that is something I'm not confident in.
Yeah,
Ken?
so Tool Design actually visited, we have sort of 3 different groups that might be able to do this work, and we haven't yet decided on which one. It could be our streets department, it could be our parks department, or it could be sort of our downtown parking force, I'll call them. So they've all 3 got different kinds of equipment. Tool Design actually came during a snowfall last spring and actually visited each one of those 3 departments, itemized what kind of equipment they had, and then they said it seemed like sort of the downtown operations maybe had the best of equipment and were sort of the most centrally located. So they were leaning in that direction, but again, like Kirk said, I mean, operationally, it just depends on where we've got the best performing equipment and then, of course, the staff resources. So I think we do have some equipment that'll work. It may be that we have to buy some additional attachments and that sort of thing, but I think for at least the pilot project, we can get it done.
Okay.
It may be once we have 2 or 3 or 4 of these, I would
Then
say
we'll
we
have to
may
scale
need
up.
more equipment and we may need more staff, but I'll leave that up to the city manager's office.
I'm sorry, I'm going to come back to the timing thing, because I must be dense here. We would be approving $110,000 for Governor and Dodge, yet the Governor Street reconstruction is in 2 years.
The Dodge
So are
Street
you-
reconstruction,
The
that's right.
the Dodge only street, not Governor. So would those bollards get installed and immediately removed and reinstalled for that reconstruction?
They would, so we'd have them we would have them available to use and study and watch and work with for about a year. Then they would be taken out during the reconstruction, and then that's correct, replaced. So there may be a little bit of throwaway cost there, but also, as we've gotten the memo, it might be a nice break by which we can also say, okay, that didn't go the way we thought it would. It was a pilot. Now we're sort of reinventing ourselves, or it may be worked perfect. Everything was as we wanted it to be. It attracted more bikes, made things safer, whatever the benefits are, and then we can put those back in.
And they have history of removing and reinstalling bollards. That's a normal thing to do?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, and there are communities that take them out before the winter and then replace them in the
Every
spring as
year they're
well.
taking them in and
Correct.
out, not just for a construction
Correct.
project? Okay.
And-
Was that
and
part of
we would like to leave them if we can, but again, that this is sort of uncharted territory for us. And what tool design would tell us is that it's a little bit of a flip of the coin whether a community has a policy to take them out for the winter or keep them in. And again, it's a function of staff and equipment and all these other things we've talked about.
Was some of that flexibility one of the factors why we chose bollards in the first place as the form of protected bike lane? Or
So the tool design would tell us as well, and we've got all the material. We did not share all of it with you, but
okay,
they would also tell us that this is typically sort of the first foray for communities into protected bike facilities. And what they see, and they actually did some research and looked at what 6 or 8 different sister communities to ours, similar in snow, fall amounts, university communities, that sort of thing. And what they see is that typically these go in, they are liked, they work, and then they move towards a more permanent barrier, whether that's a curb or whether they have, they might have bollards with a physical barrier between those. There's different varieties, but they sort of see this as the first foot in the water, and then most communities go the next step and put in a more physical barrier, permanent. Not all, but they say most.
okay.
And you mentioned the idea of it being a pilot and particularly on Dodge Street with the break. Thank you for explaining that. I wasn't sure what that meant
Yeah.
in the memo. So a pause of the use while the street is under reconstruction. So are you planning or is MPO planning any concerted surveying during that time?
I think so. It's just a hard thing to do. We don't really have equipment that can capture just bike counts, unfortunately. And it's hard to get average daily traffic counts like we would have for vehicles. We have equipment that does that. It's hard to get that for bicyclists. So we'll conduct some point in time
Okay.
collections, but the validity of the information and what we get back is sort of it won't be as good as we want it to be. But
Well,
yeah, we'll do our best. Yes.
I'm sure the folks who've been asking for protected bike lanes for a very long time will
Right.
give us good anecdotal
Yeah.
evidence.
Yep. And then, the question always is the purpose of these to attract more bicyclists or just keep the ones we have now safer? I would say both.
Yeah.
If we can, but either would be beneficial, right? So,
Thank you.
yeah.
So what are folks thinking? Yeah?
Yeah,
That sounds good, thank you.
All right, you got it. Go for it.
That was easy. Thank you so much.
All right. Great. All right. Well, anything else from information packet from December 4th? Hearing none, we're going to move on to item number 4, which is council updates on assigned boards, commissions, and committees. End of the year.
Mine is on Thursday, so
Okay.
haven't had it yet.
Yeah, more celebrations than anything. All right, great. Hearing none, we are going to adjourn from our work session, and we'll be back at 6 p.m. for our formal meeting.
All right, the mics are on.
All right, I'm going to call this meeting to order for the City of Iowa City on December 9th, 2025. It is 6 p.m. Roll call, please.
Alter?
Here.
Burgess? Here. Harmson?
Here.
Mo?
Here.
Saleh?
Here.
Teague?
Here.
Wyline?
Here.
All right, I want to welcome everyone here today to your City Hall. We have two joining us virtually. As you heard, Mayor Pro Tem Salah is joining virtually, as well as Councilor Alter. We're going to move on in the agenda with item number 2, which is proclamations, International Human Rights Day. Whereas December 10th marks International Human Rights Day, commemorating the adoption of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights in 1948, a landmark document affirming the inherent dignity and equal rights of all members of the human family. And whereas the 2025 global theme, Human Rights Are Everyday Essentials, reminds us that human rights are not abstract ideas, but the foundation of daily life, shaping the ways we learn, work, speak, gather, worship, and live with safety, dignity, and opportunity. And whereas this year also marks the 80th anniversary of the founding of the United Nations, created in 1945, and the aftermath of the atrocities of World War II and the Holocaust, with the mission to prevent future conflict and protect human dignity for all people. And whereas the United Nations Association emphasizes that economic, social, civic, and political rights are interconnected and universal, and that the security, well-being, and freedom of each person strengthens the well-being of every community. And whereas Iowa City affirms its commitment to fostering a beloved community grounded in equality, inclusion, justice, and respect, and recognizes that human rights work happens not only internationally but locally through civic participation, education, community support, and standing against all forms of bias and discrimination. And whereas the UNA encourages communities to take action by uplifting human rights in daily life, sharing stories of what human rights means to them using hashtag Our Everyday Rights, making personal commitments to uphold the principles of the UDHR, and participating in programs that advance dignity for all. Now, therefore, I, Bruce Teague, Mayor of Iowa City, do hereby proclaim December 10th, 2025 to be International Human Rights Day in Iowa City, and I encourage all residents to join upholding the values of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights as we work together to build a just, peaceful, and inclusive community for present and future generations. And we have none other than Bijou, who is with the Johnson County UNA Association, accepting this proclamation.
Hi, my name is Lucy Mordecai, and I'm here with Bijou. We are the board member of JCUNA US. Thank you for having us.
Yes.
Hello,
Hello.
Mayor Teague and member of the Iowa City City Council. Thank you for this meaningful proclamation recognizing December 10th as International Women's Day. I'm truly and deeply honored to receive it on behalf of the Johnson County chapter of the UNA USA. Human rights begin with something profoundly simple, recognizing humanity in one another. And in a world that often feels heavy with worry, with uncertainty, with grief and fear, this recognition becomes an act of courage and an act of hope. What this proclamation represents is a reminder that our commitment to human rights cannot be passive. It must be lived. It must be practiced. It must show up in the choice we make, in how we treat one another, and in how we respond to injustice. Whether it touches someone across the globe or someone across the street, proclamation like this remind us that dignity is not something given to a few. It is the birthright of all. And each time a community chooses to honor that truth, it lights a small but powerful beacon in the world. Human rights are not abstract principles for diplomats and international bodies alone. They are the everyday foundation of a society where people can thrive, where children feel safe at school, where people have the chance to dream, the right to belong, the freedom to live without fear, where neighbors trust one another, whether differences are met with curiosity rather than fear, and whether every person's life has equal worth. These are not political ideas. They are human needs. They are the threads that connect a family in Iowa City to a family across the ocean. And in a time when many feel discouraged or divided, the act of publicly affirming these values matter more than ever. The work of human rights is carried out in the quiet choice we make every day. How we listen, how we care, how we protect one another, how we refuse to give up on compassion even when the world gives us a reason to. Peace is not just an absence of conflict. It is the presence of understanding, of kindness, and of belief that every person's life has meaning. While great progress has been made, our work is far from finished. Victory is not completed until peace is established. Until every individual, regardless of background, nationality, or circumstances, can live free from fear, fear from discrimination, and free to pursue their fullest potential. Thank you again for this proclamation and for your leadership. Thank you for standing with us in this vision, in this vital mission, and for helping ensure that Iowa City continue to be a place where the promise of human rights is not only spoken, but pursued. Together, we continue building a world and a community where justice, peace, and humanity flourish for today and for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you both for coming. All right, we're going to move on in our agenda. We have item number 3, which is a special presentation. This is always exciting to have this. And this is a presentation by the Quality Pre-Apprenticeship Program graduates. And we're going to invite all of the graduates up along with Robin Clark Bennett with the UI Labor Center.
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here to give you an update on the exciting progress of the Iowa City Construction Pre-Apprenticeship Program and to thank you for the city's support. So as a reminder, this program is led by the University of Iowa Labor Center in partnership with the City of Iowa City, Dream City, New Creations International Church, the Cedar Rapids Iowa City Building and Construction Trades Council, and local high schools. Our region is really lucky to be a hub for state-of-the-art registered apprenticeship training centers that provide multi-year tuition-free education to become credentialed journey workers in over a dozen skilled construction trades. These are earn-as-you-learn programs that combine supervised mentorship on the job with training center instruction so that people become well-rounded carpenters, electricians, sheet metal workers, iron workers, laborers, and more. These are programs that develop the workforce for hundreds of area contractors who partner with unions to provide family-supporting wages, excellent health and retirement benefits, and a strong emphasis on safety. But today, with historic levels of new construction in our area and baby boomer retirements, these programs urgently need to find and train the next generation of skilled craftspeople. But meanwhile, too many talented workers in our community are struggling to find good, rewarding jobs. You know, my husband had training to be a union carpenter, as did his dad and his uncle and his grandfather, and that is historically how the program worked, right, how the pipeline worked. But today's building trades leaders are really working to change that history. But still, many talented workers from groups that are historically underrepresented in the trades still face barriers to entry. They may not be aware of trades like iron workers, glaziers, insulators, you know, jobs that have a lower profile. They may not know where to begin or how to increase their chances of admission. And they may just need connections, advocates, and or starter tools. So that is what our program does. We work to take down those barriers and create new equitable pathways into skilled construction trades careers. We work closely with local schools and community partners to identify people who have serious interest and capacity to enter the skilled trades. And we conduct a 5-week course each year that meets Tuesday and Thursday evening and all day Saturday. For 5 weeks, it's a serious out of school and out of work commitment, but provides certifications like OSHA 10, CPR First Aid, and classes alongside Labor Center and guest speaker instructors on blueprint reading, tools awareness, interview skills, green construction strategies, construction math, and more. Really, a highlight of the program that we enjoy, and so do our graduates, is tours with hands-on projects in at least 6 apprenticeship training centers. And then following graduation, we are constantly in communication with our graduates and leaders of area trades to pair people with opportunities as they arise to really help ensure our graduates have everything they need to get started and succeed in the trade of their choice. So as just quick numbers, we're proud to say that 67 Iowa residents to date have graduated from our program. 100% have been from communities underrepresented according to DOL, US DOL standards. And the graduation rate from our last session was 86%, an outstanding rate for a lot of hours for 5 weeks outside of school and outside of work, unpaid work, when they really, you know, got serious about finding the trade that was right for them. We've placed people as carpenters, insulators, sheet metal workers, laborers, iron workers, electricians, plumbers, and more. And just as exciting, several of our graduates have become rising leaders in the trades and have gone on to refer other friends into the trades, creating new pipelines. So we have an upcoming 5-week cohort beginning in February, and of 30 slots we were targeting to fill, we have 31 enrolled, others who've been offered admission, and more applications coming in, so it's clear that the demand is strong. But rather than talk about our graduates, it is my great pleasure to introduce you to some of the really incredible, talented people we have the pleasure to work with.
Nice.
So I guess you were tapped as starting out. Justin Wanjalulu is one of our early graduates, and will tell you a little bit about his path.
Great. Welcome.
Hello, guys.
Hello.
My name is Justin Wanjalulu. I came from Africa, DRC, Congo, especially. All I would say is I'm really thankful for you, Robin, for this organization, actually. They really helped me, especially for a path, you know, for funding. I'm gonna say, you know, I'm very excited to, you know, you're actually helping the next generation actually with this path. Without them, I wouldn't be here. Without this actually organization, I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be, you know, actually, matter of fact, standing here talking to you about this organization, you know, that's a fact. I really want the next generation to really go through this, and it really help you, especially mentally, physically, when you come to work, you know. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just graduated from a carpenter and it was a Friday, last Friday, as a forward gentleman. Yeah.
Cool. Awesome. Congratulations. Welcome.
Hey, my name's Herbert Whaley. I graduated in 2025. I started work when I was in August, sorry. I started as an iron worker. This pre-apprenticeship class really helped me. I really didn't know what I was going to be doing with my life, so I really wanted to expand my elements. Like work on stuff, build stuff, everything. So now I'm working at Dyersville. I've been there for 5 weeks, just doing beams and decking and building everything. So I'm very, very grateful for being in this pre-apprenticeship class, and I'm really hoping more and more people really do it, because it will help you.
Great. Congratulations.
Hello, my name is Sofia Reza. I've been working as a construction workman like 5 months ago, and the program really helps a lot because it helps you to know people about in the trade and to help with the application. And yeah, it helps. Thank you.
Lovely. Congratulations.
My name is
Welcome.
Alexa Ramirez. I graduated high school of this year in May. I took the pre-apprenticeship because I already knew I wanted to go into trades. I was already looking forward the electrician trade. During the program, it showed me multiple trades, so I was able to really kind of see what I really wanted during that time. I ended up choosing the electrician trade. It helped me a lot with finding the construction wireman position, which will eventually help me get into the union apprenticeship to later become a journeyman. It helped me get a guaranteed interview with the union, so that was really helpful. I didn't have to worry about getting an OSHA 10 card on my own or even paying for it, so that was extremely helpful. Same with the first aid. Yeah, and it also helped me find a community with the electrician trade, which is the union. So very helpful and grateful for this program. Thank you.
Thank you, and congrats to you, and congrats to all of you.
Pass it over last to my new colleague, Samantha Groark, who's also Executive Director of the Central Iowa Building Construction Trades, but is now working with us on this program because of this a grant that we were able to leverage from the work that we're doing currently. So.
Welcome.
This is my first time at Iowa City Council meeting. It's nice to see all of you. As Robin mentioned, I work with the Central Iowa Building and Construction Trades Council primarily. I work with building trade unions there as well as employers and apprenticeship programs. And I really insisted on Robin letting me speak here before you because I really want you all to understand the national profile that the Labor Center and the University of Iowa and this quality pre-apprenticeship program has earned over the years. In my neck of the woods in Des Moines, it's been a model for investment that Polk County has followed. The ARPA funding, Polk County followed the lead on Iowa City to invest in a similar program. There's also a similar program kicking off soon with the Polk County Housing Trust Fund, and all of it traces back to looking at the model that's been really mastered here. So really congratulations, Iowa City, and your leadership on an important workforce development strategy. I work with unions across the country on this kind of programming, and I can tell you I get calls about Iowa City's program and how you all have been able to do it and keep it strong. So I'm not bluffing with that. That's real, and so thank you for your leadership. It doesn't go unnoticed even outside of the Iowa City boundaries. The second is another thing I've noticed even outside of Iowa City is the caliber of folks coming out of this program. Not only do people become tradespeople, but they also become leaders in their communities and in their trades. You have young people coming to city council meetings to speak, which I know can be scary and a little bit intimidating. Women in particular who have gone through this have become
our critical resource in helping recruit more young women and women, from all walks of life to feel comfortable and welcome in the trades. And so you can't put a value on what that means to our industry. And I just learned the other week, actually, or a couple weeks ago, that one of the recent graduates who now lives in Des Moines was actually named Apprentice of the Year at one of the larger apprenticeship programs in the state, the Plumbers and Steamfitters Local 33 in Des Moines. They have over 400 apprentices in their program, and he was a graduate of the QPP and was named Apprentice of the Year. So lots of really great things coming out of this program, so thank you for your support. Justin, who I recognize because I follow these things like a nerd, was featured in a national NPR article a couple of years ago, and I recognized his name and him because I remember that article that featured Iowa City and the Labor Center and Paul Iverson, who works with Robin. So again, you all are famous for making this thing happen, so thank you for your support. My final comments are just to echo what Robin said. We are seeing an explosion of work in eastern Iowa, in particular the Cedar Rapids Metro, and here we need hundreds, if not thousands, of more tradespeople. There are folks that drive in from Des Moines and other parts of the state every day to work in this area, and folks come in from out of state. What you all are doing to invest and making sure local folks have access to these high quality jobs with good pay and benefits, that is a winning workforce development strategy. So I hope that you continue to do so, and I hope that this new work can create better opportunities for working families right here in Iowa City. So thank you for all that you do. Congrats. Big fan from Polk County. Thank you.
And thank you all. What a great presentation for our last meeting of the year. And again, congrats to each one of you. All right. We're going to move on to our consent agenda, which is items 4 through 9. Could I get a motion to approve it, please?
I would like to pull item 7D for further consideration.
All right. So let's do, we'll do a separate consideration for item 7D. So could I get a motion to do consent agenda for items 4 through 9 with a separate consideration for 7D?
So moved. Sean? Harmson.
Second Wyline.
Second Mo.
Right.
Whoever.
Moved by Harmson, seconded by Wyline. Anyone from the public like to address the topics minus 7D? If you're online, please raise your virtual hand. If you're present, please come forth. Seeing no one online or in person. Council discussion. Roll call, please.
Alter,
Yes.
Burgess,
Yes.
Harmson,
Yes.
Mo,
Yes.
Sala,
Yes.
Teague,
Yes.
Wyline.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Can I get a motion to approve item number 7D that we set aside for for separate consideration?
So moved, Wyline.
Second Mo.
Second, Walter.
Okay. I'm going to give it to Alter because it could have been delayed. Moved by Wyline, seconded by Alter. Let her get one in. All right. So, council discussion. Well, anyone from the public like to discuss this topic? If you're present, please come forth. If you're online, please raise your virtual hand. Seeing no one? All right. Council discussion.
So this subject, I was trying to figure out why I couldn't not think about it, and I think it's because us as council people, while I kind of like to consider ourselves just city staff, we do come with privileges and benefits. One being that I can show up dressed however crazy I want to, and no one's going to say anything to me about it because I'm a council person. But I was excited to see that the dress code for our city staff has been relaxed. The goal is to relax it a little bit, which I think is great. And so I reached out to some. I talked with one city staff about it, and I was like, "Hey, isn't this cool? We're going to relax this. You're going to be able to wear jeans all week." And they said, yeah, but I'm a little bit concerned about, that's cool, but it also includes there that like I can't wear a sweatshirt and it gets really cold in there. And then I was like, oh, okay. So I decided to talk to more folks, and everybody that I talked to, which was quite a few city staff, said something along the lines of like, that's cool, but. So I was considering just kind of going through, taking all of their concerns and being like, let's change this. I don't think doing that right here would be the coolest thing. So I think all I would say is maybe look to see if we can have kind of like a more in-depth, holistic conversation between city staff and maybe even AFSCME union reps or whatever we think could be kind of like the best vehicle for that conversation, because some folks are bringing up concerns like, you know, it says no shorts because it's air conditioned, but I have to ride my bike or walk, and some of these hot days are really bad. You know, just like little things like that here and there. So I guess I think that that would be my only point on this, is just kind of like make that a conversation about maybe a little bit more in depth of, you know, I feel comfortable walking in to these situations, or to these council meetings because I'm not worried about how I'm dressed, and I feel like that creates like a good environment where people feel like they have the ability to, within reason, express themselves. I like number 5, where employees must refrain from displaying materials or items in personal or shared workspaces that depict images or text that is not appropriate for the workplace, including but not limited to images of guns or other weapons, political messaging. That's cool. But I just think that maybe if it would be appropriate for right now to just have staff maybe work to engage in like a more holistic conversation about it, if that would be agreeable to folks.
Are you suggesting we approve this, but then give direction to staff to engage with, like you suggested, AFSCME?
Yeah.
To discuss further?
Mm-hmm.
I don't see a problem with that.
Kind of, we're okay if they're open to it. I think maybe we should think about something too, when city employees travel, like air travel, we should require pajamas.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
If you know, you know. Not really, that was a joke.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm not opposed to, you know, like I said, I think this is great that the idea here is to make it more lax and make people feel more comfortable, but which I thought was a cool win. But then I was just kind of struck by, it's like every person I talked to about it was just like, cool, but. So that's why I think it just our due diligence and maybe having a conversation about it.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
But if we approve it, is that means how we're gonna change it if we approve it as it is? Can we just postpone it?
It would come back as an addendum.
Yeah, we could bring it back as an addendum. I don't want to deprive people in the meantime of their ability to wear jeans. So, yeah.
This is Megan Alter. I would just also say that we, I think that makes sense to have further conversation with staff, and well, from staff to staff. But I also want to caution us as council getting overly involved in day-to-day operations. I work at a place where there's a dress code, and then it also has been laxed and all of that. So I totally get the sort of like the desire to make it as comfortable as possible, but there's always a balance as well about sometimes not wearing shorts. It has to do with safety concerns. Sometimes it's about whether you're front facing with customers or the public. So I think we just, so long as we give some latitude for staff, for the city manager's office while they're engaging with staff, that those conversations can continue. I'm in favor of that for sure. But just, I think everybody who works both at the city as well as, what their individual positions are and what their work needs are, kind of understand that balance. I just want us as council to know that that's also like probably the number one driver in these conversations for staff at all levels. So at a certain point, we should be okay to say, yep, it ain't perfect. We're not at home, but these new accommodations or new relaxations in former rules make sense, but they may not go as far as everyone wants. And I think that as council, we should be accepting of that as well, as long as the conversation happens.
Yeah, I really appreciate that. And I think that thinking of not wanting to micromanage internal policy was why, instead of me going through, like I originally was marking it up like, oh, let's change this, take this out. But then I was like, I think it should just be a conversation between staff and city staff and more rank and file employees, or even union reps if they consider that a good use of their time. But yeah, I agree.
I mean, I certainly appreciate, highlighting the change to relax the attire that is allowed here at the city. But it is a hard balancing act, I think, when you're talking about encouraging and setting some expectations and some parameters that would be appropriate for city staff to wear while they're representing, our city. So while I can appreciate, shedding light on this, I don't want to underestimate the challenges that could come up with, the variety of different desires that people have. And you have to have something, or else you'll get almost anything that you certainly will get comments from the public about. So certainly, I think it's highlighted now for city staff and for employers to employees to discuss this. But certainly, I don't want to walk away with anyone thinking that this is going to be an easy task for anyone, because it is a delicate dance when you're talking about these type sensitive items. So, yeah.
I just had a procedural question. I think the policies come before us every year, this policy manual, or how frequently what is the normal process for reviewing and updating, and who's included in that? My question.
So the process is regularly, is what I would say. It's probably about every year, but sometimes it's a few years, sometimes it's less than that if things come up. A lot of it is just us reflecting about the questions that we're getting from personnel, about issues that arise, about requests from employees. And we try to encapsulate all that in our regular updates. So I couldn't say every year. It does involve management staff, and a lot of what management staff hears from employees, for example, or questions that HR is getting. A lot of it's HR directed, since they're the ones who answer a lot of these questions. So in the case of the clothing policy, this isn't something where we've had issues with. We really don't foresee issues, but it's something that we've recognized that there is some flexibility here in what's interpreted as business casual. Business casual is what's generally expected of office workers, and jeans can be appropriate for that within parameters. And so really this was intended to be increasing flexibility in response to some of the comments or questions that we get from staff. But yeah, procedurally it's regularly.
And the only reason I ask to highlight that is I agree that it's somewhat of a slippery slope to kind of open this up, as well as the question of, what's our role in not wanting to micromanage. I do like the idea of ensuring that staff who probably look at this once when they're hired and then delete the email when they get it when it's updated, that there be, just make sure we have the forums for people to be coming forward and providing input. Because I think when it's complaint and issue based, right, that can kind of skew what the issues might be.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. And the one thing I will say is that the city manager's office still have the floor is yours on an annual basis, and so they hear from the staff, which is open door, and they get a lot of great information because they're going to various departments and talking to the staff there. So I think, you know, I wouldn't put a timeline on if this should come back to us, and we may not see it for addendum, but I have confidence that, you know, our city employees are being heard, as well as certainly there'll be some things that we may need to tend to in the future. So, anything else about this item? All right. Roll call.
Oh, I'm sorry, just to interrupt. Just so I'm clear, is there a consensus that the city manager's office should speak with staff to kind of work through this a little further? Or I wasn't sure I heard a majority of folks who wanted to see that done.
So everybody understand the question?
Yeah.
I think so. I think where I'm coming down on it is that they should feel, if they feel like there's something more to be done here, they should feel that that's something we're open to. I mean, that more so than any specific, like, you must do this, or if they feel like there's more wiggle room there, that's something that
I guess for me, I don't
we trust their judgment on.
Yeah, I don't feel like giving direction towards looking into this, because I think that we do surveys with employees, and so I think we can add something related to this that is in the routine, you know, questionnaire for employers, for our employees. You know, the floor is yours. It happens annually, I would want to say in July-ish, somewhere in there. And so I think there will be ample opportunities for this to be kind of talked through. And so personally, I don't feel I want to give direction for the city manager office to do anything immediate on this, but certainly add in, you know, a questionnaire relating to this, you know, dress code, any concerns, whatever that might look like, that will allow for some feedback. And I don't know what my colleagues think.
That sounds good.
Yeah, that sounds good to me. In terms of like formal direction, I don't think that's necessary. I just thought bringing this up because I just like kept reaching out to people and they kept, you know, so that's why I thought it was big enough of an issue to bring up. So, and I think sometimes, you know, the floor is yours is great, and I think our city staff does a really good job of listening to folks, but then there come times when people are not comfortable in certain settings to say what they want to say sometimes, so I don't know, I thought maybe that.
And that's why we have various types of opportunities for our employees to respond. And we also have HR, which is great. So, all right. Any other clarification you all need?
Not for me, thank you.
Right, great. Roll call, please.
Burgess,
Yes.
Harmson,
Yes.
Mo,
Yes.
Sala,
Yes.
Teague,
Yes.
Wyline,
Yes.
Alter.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. We're on to item number 10, which is community comment. And wanted to see the hands of anyone that would like to speak during this time. If you're online, raise your hand, your virtual hand. Seeing no one in person or online, we're going to close the community comment. We're going to move on to items number 11, which is planning and zoning matters. 11A is rezoning west of Ava Circle and south of Kennedy Parkway. Ordinance rezoning approximately 13.60 acres of property from interim development research park to medium-density single-family residential for 4.75 acres and rural residential for 8.85 acres for property located at west of Ava Circle and south of Kennedy Parkway. I'm going to open up the public hearing and welcome Danielle.
Thank you, Mayor. Danielle Sisman, Neighborhood and Development Services. As you introduced, this is the next phase of the overall Cardinal Point West development. This development has been slowly occurring since 2015. There are approximately 70-plus acres of surrounding land that have been rezoned and subdivided as part of Cardinal Point West. This is the applicant's request to rezone the subject property here in the white bounded dash line to a combination of zoning districts to allow for medium-density single-family, essentially 19 single-family dwellings, and leave the remainder of the land, move it into a rural residential designation, RR1. The rezoning is needed to essentially allow that development and to eliminate the uses that it would no longer be appropriate for this land. So this shows you the zoning designations, and this shows you the area in green and yellow for development. So this is just a basic rezoning. We use two basic criteria: consistency with the comprehensive plan and compatibility with existing neighborhoods. As far as consistency with the comprehensive plan, the subject area shown here is designated for conservation residential design, which aligns with the requested rezoning. And comprehensive plan also has a set of goals and strategies, and the rezoning aligns with those as well. The proposed rezoning will result in the development of single-family homes in a neighborhood containing a diversity of housing types, which aligns with this policy vision and the comprehensive plan. By proposing the development areas on the most buildable portions of the property, it therefore preserves the sensitive areas, which is essentially what conservation subdesign means. This area is also part of the Clear Creek Master Plan, and again, that highlights the intent to promote conservation design and lining along those goals as well. The second criteria is compatibility with the existing neighborhoods. There are a variety of housing types already in this neighborhood, including single-family dwellings, townhomes, and multifamily housing. The proposed rezoning locates the proposed single-family housing in less sensitive areas and allows the remainder of the land to remain undeveloped. As I said, this is a next phase of development for Cardinal Point West. This slide shows you the past development, starting with annexation in the early 70s, going through multiple rezonings and preliminary plats as each phase is developed. We're on to the next phase eventually here for subdividing, but at this point, we're just simply talking about the rezoning. At its November 5th meeting, the Planning and Zoning Commission concurred with staff's recommendation of approval with no conditions, and a good neighbor meeting was held in October. The applicant is here this evening if you have any questions for them. That concludes my staff report. Happy to answer questions.
I don't know if I've been a part of a zoning before that's next to a 4-lane road. If residents want fences that either block sound and light, because that's 218 in the backyard, basically. Is that a individual responsibility of the developer of property? It's not a city responsibility or a DOT responsibility?
Right. We prohibit residential development or structures within a certain distance of Highway 218 because of noise, but once they're out of that area, they can develop however they wish.
Okay, thank you.
No more questions for you. Wanted to know if the applicant wanted to make any comments or have any. Welcome.
Hello, Gina Landau from Navigate Homes. Do you need me to check in, probably?
And you're fine, but go right ahead.
All right. So yes, I'm from Navigate Homes. Originally, this development was started with Southgate, and we've partitioned off, I guess I should say, and so now I'm with Navigate. As you can see that there's almost 17 acres, I can't remember exactly, that are left for trees. So this is a true conservation development. So we will have 19 single-family homes, but there will be lots of trees left. I will address the discussion about being so close to Highway 218, Interstate 318, however you want to say that. There is a 300-foot buffer, and some of the original concepts that I had done did have some homes in that buffer. We decided that we just didn't want to have to worry about sound barriers or, as you were talking about, walls or berms or anything like that. So we're pretty confident that we're far enough away from 218 that there won't be a problem with these homes.
Okay, any questions?
I was just curious about the zoning type, the selection of the zoning type. If we were to have a zoning like RM20 or something like that, in something more upzoned, would that prevent single-family homes from being built, or would that just allow us to, in the future, if plans change, to upzone? Or could that potentially add an extra step if the area gets upzoned? I was just curious about that thought process.
I'll answer that question since it's kind of more of a general question.
Yeah.
Generally, single-family homes are allowed in most zones. They're the least dense developments. So if you get approved for a higher density, yes, generally single-family homes are still allowed in those zones.
Mm-hmm. So I was just saying, down the line, if plans change or if it gets redeveloped into something else, we would just have to come back, or something that would we would desire higher density. It would just have to come back and get rezoned again.
Correct. If you intensify the density, you're generally looking at a rezoning to allow that.
Okay. Thank you.
Great. All right. Anyone from the public like to address this topic? If you're online, please raise your virtual hand. If you're present, please come forth. Seeing no one, I'm going to, before I close the public hearing, just want to see if folks that are present are inclined to vote in accordance with P&Z recommendations. All right, so I have a majority that are present, and I'm going to close the public hearing. Could I get a motion to give first consideration?
So moved, Mo.
Second, Saleh.
Moved by Mo, seconded by Saleh. And council discussion. Seemed like a great opportunity.
Need housing of all kinds.
Absolutely. Roll call, please.
Harmson,
Yes.
Mo,
Yes.
Sala,
Yes.
Teague,
Yes.
Wyline,
Yes.
Alter,
Yes.
Burgess.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. We're moving into item 12, which is our regular formal agenda. 12A, Taft Avenue Reconstruction Project. Resolution authorizing the acquisition of property interests necessary for construction of the Taft Avenue Reconstruction Project. I'm going to open up the public hearing and welcome John.
Thank you, Mayor Teague. My name is John Ressler. I'm with the Engineering Division. Tonight, we are having a public hearing to obtain authorization to acquire property for our Taft Avenue PCC pavement grade and replace project. I would just like to add that this public hearing is part of a process that's outlined in the Iowa Code that we are not required to follow, but we're choosing to follow for the purposes of transparency. And that Iowa Code is more in relation to acquiring agricultural land, but we want to be transparent in this process, so we have chosen to hold this public hearing and follow this particular process. So with that, just briefly a little bit about the project. Whoops, I think I just locked this up. There we go. So project location, just so everybody's aware, Taft Avenue is on the very east side of the community. The project will be between American Legion Road and Lower West Branch Road. It's shown in the red there up on your slide. So the grade and replace project includes about 1.3 miles of pavement replacement with on-street bike lanes and a wide sidewalk on the west side of Taft Avenue. It is currently what we would refer to as a rural section, where it is kind of a chip-sealed surface that's been chip-sealed over time. So it is a paved surface, but it is a rural section, so it has ditches, and the drainage from the roadway drains off into the ditches. This would be changed to a section with curb and gutter and storm sewer, so that would be more of an urban section feel. So it would be updated with storm sewer and storm sewer intakes. Also, there would be some sanitary sewer extensions underneath the roadway while it's under construction. And also, new water main would be added along the length of the project on the east side to accommodate future development. Associated improvements with the project would be intersection lighting, some retaining walls, pavement markings, traffic signage, and surface restoration. And then also included would be the expansion of the city fiber optic network. Just a little bit about the agricultural property acquisition. So why do we need to acquire both permanent and temporary agricultural property? Well, we need room to install and maintain infrastructure, particularly the storm sewer and the sanitary sewer. And then as far as temporary easements, we are changing the profile of the roadway. It does get raised in a lot of areas, and other areas I think it may be depressed a little bit. So when you do that, you need to grade out your slopes until you meet the existing ground. So we need those temporary easements so we can be on that property to make those improvements, and then it is turned back over to the individual property owners. Just to give you an idea of schedule as well, utility relocations would likely start in '26. Bid opening would be in the fall of 2026. Construction would be a 2-year construction process with the start of construction in the spring of '27. And that would be from American Legion Road to just south of Court Street. And stage 2 would be in 2028, where we would begin again where we left off, south of Court Street, and go to Lower West Branch Road. Construction completion is scheduled for the fall of 2028. Currently, we've already had 2 public information meetings, and there will be 2 additional. So we are keeping the property owners and the public informed as far as what is going on. We are currently in the design process, and we are currently reviewing plans that are approximately 60% complete. And with that, I would be happy to take questions.
When you mentioned city fiber optic, are you doing a similar process for Taft reconstruction as the city is doing on Court Avenue, where there is utility conduit, shared conduit for fiber optics, or is this everybody does their own fiber optic?
I believe we are doing a joint utility trench. No, we're not. I'm sorry. I misspoke. I know we have some private utilities. We have a private utility easement on the east side.
Okay.
Excuse me, on the west side. On the east side is where we plan to put the water main, and is the city fiber optic on the west side? Maybe I'll let you step up and
Scott Tovers, Assistant City Engineer. So on that west side of Taft Avenue, a lot of that property is already developed, and so we've already got, I think, a 15-foot utility easement for most of that section on the west side. So we're asking all utility companies to relocate their utilities that would be in current right-of-way into that public utility easement.
And that's
private utility
and
easement.
then there's space. There's that 15-foot easement. That's a better process than forcing them into the conduit.
Correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right. Hearing no other questions for you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Anyone from the public like to address this topic? If you're present, please come forth. Seeing no one online, virtually, or present, I'm going to close the public hearing. Can I get a motion to approve, please?
So moved, Mo.
Second, Wyline.
Council discussion.
Sounds good.
Roll call, please.
Mo?
Yes.
Sala?
Yes.
Teague?
Yes.
Wyline?
Yes.
Alter?
Yes.
Burgess?
Yes.
Harmson?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. 12B, Emergency Water Conservation Ordinance. Ordinance amending Title 16 entitled Public Works, Chapter 3, City Utilities, Article C, Potable Water Use and Service. And could I get a motion to give first consideration?
So move, Burgess.
Second, Mo.
All right, and welcome.
Hey, John with Iowa City Water. So this one's hopefully kind of easy. The name describes the ordinance. It's an emergency water conservation ordinance. So if we find ourselves in a position where demand outpaces our ability to produce, we have options to be flexible in how we reduce that demand. Where this comes from is the state is experiencing a change in its climate, so there's been quite a bit of drought, especially in the western regions. That's pushed our regulators to ask for, especially larger utilities, to put in place some sort of mechanism should we find ourselves in a situation like that to be able to curtail demand. We saw a situation like that this year in Des Moines when they had a large amount of nitrate. They were asking people to curtail their irrigation demand. There wasn't any need for them to enact any sort of penalty. Most of that just came down to talking to people and getting things done. And that's how Iowa City has done it in the past. The most recent incident where we had any amount of curtailment was in 2012 when there was a drought. In that instance, most people just understood that it's in the public benefit to not irrigate your lawn when it's a drought. Even most of our restaurants curtailed their usage by asking their patrons to ask for water instead of just providing it up front. So with that said, the ordinance kind of mimics our existing emergency snow removal policy in the code. It allows for us to enact an emergency water conservation state. That kind of moves up through things as that emergency conservation event prolongs itself. and we continue to degrade our ability to produce water. So the ins and outs of that are all what ifs, but at least we have something here should we find ourselves in that situation.
The agreements that we have with our neighboring cities to provide water, how does that play with this? Does that not really come into play until there's selective shutdowns?
Yeah, there's no formal agreements with our neighboring communities or water systems as far as providing water, like there's no 28E. Most of the time we have our interconnections and we call each other and we tell what we need and how it's going to work, and then we handshake and make it happen. The issue being that, you know, our average day demand is 6 million gallons a day. The university at most can produce 4 million gallons per day. And I forget what the max capacity of Coralville is, but they wouldn't be able to meet our demand either. So we are the larger of the utilities in the area as far as ability to produce, and also that means we're the harder one to feed. And then you can find yourself again in these what-if scenarios, right? So if this production loss is because of some sort of contaminant in the river, well, that kind of takes the university off the board as well as us. So then the groundwater systems are the only one available to us, and that would be Coralville, Tiffin, North Liberty. So
nothing formal. Just be good to your neighbors.
That's how we operate.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, hearing no other questions, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone from the public like to address this topic? Seeing no one online or in person, council discussion?
You know, this is one of those, we talk about climate resiliency, and there's other parts of that puzzle which are, I don't want to say more fun, but feel more positive. And this is one of those that's like a harsh reality that we have to be prepared for. And I don't know about anybody else up here, but I personally get very frustrated with the people that make the policies that would cause problems like high nitrates in our water. And so just want to voice that this is a necessary thing, but not a happy thing, but we need to do it. Be prepared.
I feel like I'm out of my ballpark here, but it does kind of like, and I don't know if I'm wrong in feeling this way, but the question you asked, Councilor Mo, about is there a formal agreement, or if a situation like this happens, are we going to get screwed, or if that's something worth, should we have one? I know that it gave me a little bit of pause. I don't know, but.
I agree. I think it would be helpful to at least understand maybe the parameters of the, sorry, where's John? Oh, the parameters of the handshake a little bit better if you have them, and if not, that's maybe something we could.
And if there's more than a handshake, the 28E agreement, who is the enforcer?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So on various occasions, we've kind of started these conversations, and then they've stalled out for various reasons, one of which was last time we were really in earnest gaining some steam here, but then they moved towards the NG model of selling off the operational rights to their systems. So it's there. It's something that we're still working on and towards. One of the issues is we got to spend some money because we have interconnections. So our system has 7 interconnections with the university system. We don't need 7. We only need about 3 or 4. But we need to upgrade those because right now it's sort of valve, hydrant, valve, hydrant, valve. And so that doesn't really lend itself to any sort of real control or metering or understanding of where it's going. And largely we're the higher pressure system, so we can push where we need to go. The other issue here is with water quality parameters. We can't supply Coralville with our water because then you end up in a situation similar to what happened in Flint, Michigan, where our water isn't compatible with the chemistry that's been established in their system. So in order to share water with Coralville, we have to have like a blending system, and again, you need to put some capital dollars into that to allow for that flow. And again, if they're going to provide to us, either we need to reduce our pressure so they can push into us, or again, we need to set up a system where we can have pumps boost their pressure to bring it into our system. So it's a little bit more difficult than just creating the agreement. You also have to create the infrastructure. Now, in the past, when we have used our interconnections, it's largely been, well, it's only been us supplying the university. So their system isn't set up as we would set up our system and having a lot of redundancy and loops and things. There's kind of meanders. So there's been situations where they need to isolate a section of their system to do work, and we happen to have interconnections in the area. So we can cut off the flows from their system and then just supply that section of their system with ours. At that time, you know, we get together, we figure out how we're going to do it, when we're going to do it, and then any compensation necessary for that sharing over that period of time. So, you know, flippantly say a handshake, but at the end of the day, we work through it as quickly and reasonably as we can.
I think for a more regional conversation, it would be really helpful to know from experts like you, not tonight, John, but like, you know, how big of a concern might this be in, you know, just in terms of what could we foresee? Because if you need some political will to push a regional effort on the capital that is for the purpose of better interconnection, that's something we would need to know and hopefully could help with, but not something you and your role need to be necessarily, you know, going out and trying to create those agreements and relationships.
Already do it.
Yeah, it does
So-
sound like you're doing it successfully, so thank you for that.
There's a number of individuals who have the same thing, same ideas, and, you know, over time, we try to build that consensus to get where we need to be. So I think at this point, it's like 2028 is where we're looking at really improving an interconnection down by the Catlett dorm. Okay. Because that's a higher pressure area, and there's a tank down there that we can use as a blending situation, so.
And at that point, the compensation could be metered, sorry, the compensation that's figured could be based on actual measured
Correct,
amounts
we
of
could
water.
do metering and wholesale agreements and things like that.
I agree with Councilor Burgess. Maybe more conversation in the future, but not for this item. Would be really helpful to understand, because I actually do see benefits of having three big city, or the university, us and Coralville, having very different sources of water, systems of water, actually being an asset to us if there's a bad thing, or at least water purification. That's actually some redundancy regionally, but if there's no reason to, our ability to share, it doesn't seem like it's as valuable.
I'm the choir and you're preaching, sounds great.
All right, all right.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay. Roll call, please.
Sala,
Yes.
Teague,
Yes.
Wyline,
Yes.
Alter,
Yes.
Burgess,
Yes.
Harmson,
Yes.
Mo.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Item 12C, trash removal in downtown alleys. Ordinance amending Title 16 entitled Public Works, Chapter 3, entitled City Utilities, Article H entitled Solid Waste, Section 7 entitled Storage of Solid Waste, to require property and business owners with the downtown area subject to the solid waste container permit system to contract with a commercial waste hauler. And this is first consideration. Could I get a motion, please?
So moved, Harmson.
Second, Mo.
All right, moved by Harmson, seconded by Mo, and we're going to turn it over to our city attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. So about 10 years ago, there was a bit of a free-for-all downtown insofar as garbage pickup was concerned, and the folks downtown came to the city and asked for some assistance in trying to streamline that process and clean it up a bit, no pun intended. And that resulted in an RFP process to pick a single provider who could be servicing all of the folks downtown who wish to avail themselves of that. So there was an ordinance passed in at the very end of 2016 doing that and requiring that any dumpster or other container that was going to be downtown, or I'm sorry, on public right-of-way would need to be by a trash outfit that had a permit from the city. And so that has worked well since that time. However, recently we've had some a couple of businesses open downtown that have not availed themselves of any trash pickup and have instead just been dumping all their trash in other people's dumpsters, which have not only resulted in those dumpsters being overflowed to the detriment of the person actually paying for those dumpsters, but also it being piled on the ground, which has resulted in our ambassadors having to swing by and pick it up, and those businesses who actually are contracting with Republic paying extra. So previously, we've been able to require a contract with a commercial trash pickup company with businesses that are that have sidewalk cafes, because we just require it. But the two businesses in question do not have sidewalk cafes, and so that has not served as a tool to enforce. So what this ordinance does is just requires that everyone downtown needs to have a contract for commercial trash pickup.
And the municipal infraction punishment, what is that and how often can it be assessed?
Well, like most municipal infractions, it can be assessed daily, and I think the first offense would be $250, but more importantly, it would include an order, or at least we would request the court to issue an order for the business to secure a commercial contract with a waste hauler.
I have a question. For smaller, are there any opportunities or current small businesses that probably wouldn't even need that downtown?
There's sharing already present. That is, all the city is concerned is that, you know, you've got a plan, so to speak, and, you know, there are businesses downtown that are very small producers of trash, and they share a contract with Republic between them and split the costs as is appropriate. The other thing is the ordinance contains an escape hatch clause that if you really had a business that basically produces no trash whatsoever, then I believe it's the city engineer, I'd have to go back and look, but you can get city staff permission to relieve yourself of that requirement. Okay. For what it's worth, the two businesses in question are large producers of trash. Yeah.
Sure, sure. Okay.
Yeah, I had the same question. I was thinking of like how much trash could like a jewelry store or a bookstore produce? I mean, maybe a lot, I don't know, but that's just what I was thinking.
Just to piggyback on that, the proof that we would need to see as far as within 3 days providing a copy of the contract of a hauler would, like for those who share, you just need to say, well, yeah, this is actually, you know, under the name of this operator, but we have an agreement with them. Like, is there going to be a proof problem with getting that documentation?
I doubt it. I mean, we would probably, let's just say that it's business A that has the contract with Republic, and business B says, no, really, we're sharing with company A. Well, we just probably call company A and confirm. And if, assuming they're acting in good faith and they've got it, great, we're satisfied.
Okay, thank you. And I think it's the Public Works Director who gets to
That sounds right, since we're talking about public right-of-way.
All right, hearing nothing else. Council, roll call, please.
Teague.
I have one question. We need to back up. Did I ask?
I can't recall if you asked for public comment.
Discussion on this. Were
Yeah,
we?
I don't think you did.
I don't think we did.
Sorry.
We're doing
Yeah, I missed it too.
deliberations, doing questions.
Sorry.
We haven't even had council discussion yet.
Yeah, I know. All right. Anyone from the public like to address this topic? All right, welcome. Please state your
Hi,
name.
I'm Betsy Potter with the Iowa City Downtown District. And just a few things to add. One, just to answer your question about businesses that don't produce a lot, there is a ton of sharing that happens downtown. But this kind of cleans up operations. So when new businesses come in, a lot of times property owners don't inform them what they need to do for garbage hauling. So the garbages are being used without the businesses knowing sometimes, or the businesses do know and they're not paying for trash collection. So really from our organization, this kind of cleans up some operations when you enter downtown as a business or you're operating, so that everyone's paying for the services in downtown. And this is not a rampant issue, I don't think, but just making sure that everyone knows they need to pay for trash collection. Some people didn't know that. So it's a helpful thing that they are now informed that they will have to pay for.
Great. I invite you to sign in right there, please.
will.
Anyone else from the public like to address this topic? Seeing no one in person or online, council discussion. I think we already had it. Roll call, please.
Teague.
Yes.
Wyline.
Yes.
Alter.
Yes.
Burgess.
Yes.
Harmson.
Yes.
Mo.
Yes.
Salah.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. And to be clear, I did ask a question. No. All right. 12D, Downtown SMID Renewal. Ordinance submitting Title III, Finance, Taxation, and Fees of the City Code to reestablish the Iowa City Downtown Self-Supported Municipal Improvement District pursuant to the provision of Chapter 386 Code of Iowa and providing for the establishment of an operation fund and the levy of an annual tax in connection therewith. This is the second consideration. Could I get a motion, please?
So moved, Mo.
Second Burgess.
All right, anyone from the public like to address this topic? Seeing no one in person or online, council discussion? Roll call.
Congratulations.
Wyline.
Yes.
Alter.
Yes.
Burgess.
Yes.
Harmson.
Yes.
Mo.
Yes.
Salah.
Yes.
Teague.
Yes. Motion passes 7-0. 12E, Burlington Street Bridge Replacement Project. Resolution establishing the design concept as necessary to begin engineering design documents for the Burlington Street Bridge Replacement Project. Could I get a motion to approve, please?
Move, Saleh.
Second Burgess.
All right, and welcome.
Justin Harlan, senior engineer for the city. So it's been a busy year for us with this Burlington Street Bridge replacement project. We've had 2 public meetings, we've had multiple stakeholder meetings, and we've had multiple TAC advisory committee meetings. Earlier this year, we hired HDR consultants to kind of help us through this journey in our study phase. We've come up with a preferred concept. Just kind of to preface this presentation, it is a concept, and this is a very generic concept that we're asking you to, accept and approve. With that, I have Mike Keurig here. Mike is the project manager with HDR, and I'll let him share what we have been working on this year. Thank you.
You're making me nervous.
No, exciting things.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. So, yeah, as Justin said, I'm Mike Keurig with HDR Engineering, the project manager for HDR and the consulting team, and the city hired us to complete that planning study. So this is just kind of a summary of the planning study and just a final presentation with that planning study before we get on to the next phase. So the agenda will be a little bit of a repeat from about a month ago when I provided an update, but we'll go through the purpose and need here, talk about the needs and wants that were identified during the planning study, talk about the alternatives that were considered on the table and which ones were advanced, talk about some aesthetic considerations for next phase, and then talk and present the preferred alternative that came out of this planning study, and then just a brief update about next steps and what to expect. So a little bit about that purpose and need. This project really stems from that eastbound bridge owned by the city that was built over 100 years ago. It's nearing the end of its useful design life, so it's time to address it. So looking at that bridge, this study also looked at replacement and combination of the eastbound and westbound bridge with a single bridge, as long as we were in the area evaluating what we could do with the Burlington Street Dam, looking at intersection improvements for safety geometry, looking at the non-ADA compliant pedestrian ramp that was there, the other pedestrian structures as well, and then the overall function geometry of Melrose, Byington, and Grand, how that whole area interfaced with one another. So the project purpose, led us to have multiple interactions with the public, different stakeholder groups, and what surfaced to the top was a list of needs and wants that was presented to our advisory committee. That advisory committee was made up of the MPO-JC, the city, the university, and the DOT. So everybody had a seat at the table that was a major stakeholder driving these decisions. So the needs that came from the planning study was starting with the bicycle and pedestrian need here is just creating a lower stress, ADA compliant and dedicated space to bike and walk, creating and designing safer roads and intersections that function for all modes, creating and enabling safe, reliable, and convenient transit service and stops, prioritizing emergency vehicle access to the medical center before, during, and after construction, developing a sense of place that is safe and attractive, minimizing construction impacts and disruptions to traffic, properties, and businesses, and then addressing the safety with the Burlington Street Dam. The other wants that were identified was ownership transfers and then use of specific maintenance equipment to make things easier, signal preemption, campus considerations during game day, how that bridge should be staged or how long it should be serviceable during construction, and then the recreation component with the Burlington Street Dam itself. So those needs and wants were weighed against the project constraints. So cost, staged or closed construction, constructability, can we actually build this concept? All the environmental, utility, property owner, and business impacts were also weighed against the alternatives considered. So this is kind of a key area map. We looked at 4 key areas here. That just allowed us to take a little deeper dive into each one of these different areas. They function very differently from one another, so we wanted to consider specific alternatives for these areas. So I'll just kind of walk through each area here, talk about the alternatives considered and which ones were advanced. All right, so the first one is Burlington Street Bridge. We considered everything from a complete signature structure to separate pedestrian structure to a separate multimodal structure, kind of everything in between. What the committee advanced and thought the best alternative was a steel or concrete beam bridge. It was the most cost economical option there. It was contextual for the area. It allows the bridge to be staged. It improves the bicycle and pedestrian comfort and connectivity, enhances that river recovery, and maintains the current viewscape. For the Burlington Street Dam alternatives, we evaluated everything from the do-nothing option all the way to complete removal. And our advisory committee advanced a modification for safety to meet that safety need. And then if cost constraints allow, would add a passage or recreation element to it. This alternative being advanced, again, is cost economical, increases dam safety. This is kind of a large driver here, but maintains the pool elevation and would not negatively impact the city water supply or the function of those alluvial wells, as John presented on. Iowa rowing team operations would not affect the Iowa power plant or water plant intakes that rely on that river, would not negatively impact the eligible historic district, or would not negatively impact the 100-year or 500-year floodplain. The option here also allows access to the river's edge and allows for a grade separated crossing while improving operations and functions to the hydraulics building. Now to the intersection of Burlington and Riverside. So we considered everything from everything being an at-grade crossing to everything being an underpass to everything being an overpass on each one of those quadrants, and ultimately advanced a grade-separated crossing when crossing Burlington, and then a grade-separated crossing over Riverside. This alternative increases that bicycle, pedestrian, and safety. It increases the ability for river recovery, allows more roadway space to focus on capacity through this intersection. It's least impactful to the hydraulic building and operations there, allows access to the river's edge, and increases transit reliability. And then the last key area we call West Campus. It's really just everything west of the Burlington and Riverside intersection. We looked here everything starting with kind of two-way Grand as it functions today, all the way to one-ways, but ultimately advanced a dedicated pedestrian space and dedicated transit area, removing the removing the Byington and Grand intersection prioritizes that EMS and traffic flow through the intersection and area. This increases bicycle pedestrian comfort and safety. It provides a centralized bus hub to create that dedicated sense of place, promotes that more intuitive wayfinding through the area, and then by removing the intersection and the improvements through here, reduce those pedestrian and vehicle conflict points, making it safer. So a little bit of context here before we get into some of the opportunities is the existing Burlington Street Bridge. So just to highlight a couple photos here, the bridges here are on slightly different alignments, leads to some challenges through the existing intersection. The bike lanes are kind of shared with the road users with just paint lines. And then the sidewalk is bottom right-hand side, shared with micromobility users and is narrow. The top right photo shows that non-ADA compliant ramp and then just that long at-grade crossing without not much breaking that crossing distance up. So then before we get into these proposed opportunities here, again, it's just a planning study. Things can change quite a bit here, but at least the vision moving forward for the function and aesthetics for the bridge is to build smart, spend wisely, so just kind of prioritizing cost-effective construction methods and materials. Designing this as a connector, we heard a lot to emphasize flow, but yet provide that space to stop and pause. Primary focus is to get kind of people through the area. It's a large volume intersection with a lot of people, vehicles, and bicycles through the area. So context matters, just making sure that we're designing something that's appropriate for the area and really focusing on this simple done right. There's a lot that you can do with these maybe more simplistic construction materials and methods that can be implemented here. So designing for a human-centered experience, just trying to reduce that highway feel if you're on that bridge. Safety first, lots of different safety concerns to come up with this project, but just making sure we're forward thinking about that. And then starting design from that low maintenance whole life cycle thinking from the start. So by implementing that from day one, you consider those long-term performances and can actually incorporate that into design. So as I mentioned, that beam bridge that was advanced through the alternatives, looking at different aesthetic options that would be on the table for this type of bridge, is like focusing on the pier as a landmark, creating deck edge treatments so you can conceal that beam so it doesn't look like a traditional beam bridge, providing different types of deck treatments for character, and then lastly, just color and lighting. So I'm going to show just a handful of different precedent images. This is just a few of the very many options that we have on the table, but just to give you some idea of what can be done with this type and style of bridge. So we talked about different pier options that can be done. We can focus on things having to do with the beams itself, such as the top left photo, or you can get a little more detailed with the bottom left photo, just of a different type of pier style. Top right, you can add things like monuments and just keep a more simplistic pier, or you can change the geometry, such as the bottom right or the middle pier options as well. Then the different type of deck edge treatments, so something, again, that could conceal that exterior beam. You can have, kind of wave patterns, such as the top right. You can have different materials kind of sticking out and concealing that exterior beam. Or I guess the top left is kind of an aesthetic way to connect the deck to the beam itself. Then different deck aesthetics, so stuff that you can add onto the deck itself to kind of change that experience and character of it. Just different furniture, some bump outs, different landscaping options, monuments, kind of how we place some of the seating, and a different shade structure. And then lastly, just different things that we can do with lighting. All these options are kind of lower maintenance lighting options. We have a couple grade separated crossings here, so just like our proposed project for the alternative that would be advanced, just making sure safety lighting and not just aesthetic lighting is included in it. So now moving on to the pedestrian ramp, so right by the bridge itself, very similar thing. So lots of options to still be considered as we advance into design, but at least the current function and aesthetic going forward, again, is just cost-conscious choices, direct routes, making sure we're not causing any extra detour travel to try and incentivize pedestrians to take the safer route, focusing on that simplicity over excess. So nothing too out of context for the area, nothing too complex that would lead to very complex construction methods. So built-in safety everywhere we go, low maintenance systems, so lighting, any technology that's used, snow removal, all these things need to be considered with the ramp function. And then that whole life design style thinking. So again, starting from day one with how do we address maintenance, safety, all of these things. The different ramp options being carried forward are the straight ramp here in the top left to your more standard switchback, to an elongated spiral, and then an offset spiral. So none of these options really change the preferred alternative. All of these would be on the table to move forward. And then just some precedent images, again, handful of the very many different options that can be carried forward with the pedestrian ramp. So a couple different options there. So on to some of the exciting things, just to show you what we've been up to for the last year or so.
I do have one question about
Yeah.
the ramps.
Yeah.
So is it only going to be kind of where it currently is? It's not going to be extended?
Extended.
So if we're talking about going from Riverside to the Riverside Burlington, if you're on the east northern part, trying to get over to the southern, my directions are a little, so the southern eastern part?
Yes.
So there's no, because at some point I thought there was some conversations about potentially looking at that.
Yeah, we evaluated an overpass on all four quadrants, and then what was determined is basically how it functions today, just an overpass across Riverside from that northeast corner to the northwest corner.
So you can just roll it off your tongue. Okay. So I
I've been
just
looking
wanted to
at
make
this for the
sure
past
that
year.
there was no other diagram that was possible for consideration at this point.
Yeah.
Do all of these different designs functionally work, are functionally equal in terms of ADA accessibility
so-
and for wheelchairs and other mobility devices?
Correct. All of these ramp options are ADA compliant. The top right and the bottom two have a shortened distance. It's a little more expensive from a construction method from that straight ramp, but you do cut your travel distance in half with those three options compared to the top left. But the top left is the most economical way to do that.
I think one of your words in asking the question is, does these work? And my thought went straight to the lights. Will the lights on the bridge be working? But you may not know anything about that, but it is a pain point that we suffer here.
I was literally going to say, you're aware of Park Road Bridge and its issues,
I've
right?
heard stories, yes.
Okay.
Yes,
All right.
okay.
We're talking about the
and
skateboarders?
that's,
Or?
And the lights.
Okay.
But it is a question.
Yes, yeah,
Okay.
that was part of the considerations for functions and aesthetics moving forward, not designing some sort of complex lighting system. And if it does go out, it's very easily accessible. You don't need special equipment to get to it. That low maintenance system in mind. So that's going to be at the forefront of our design.
I like it.
Any more questions?
I wasn't going to wait to the end, but I kind of don't know what to do now.
Before I get into any
Well, I'll constrain my question to about just the pedestrian bridge. With the pedestrian bridge that we have right now, it's sort of nice and open and stuff like that. And in modern scenarios, are they always as open, or do sometimes they get really tall for safety reasons?
They can. I think all
Because the
things
pictures
need
you've
to be
shown are lovely,
considered.
but I can imagine that there would be a moment where we'd say, no, that has to be caged around, or, and that becomes a very different kind of thing.
Yeah, the aesthetic considerations will obviously come to the public for that, have an electronic survey, just get the public's opinion on that, and I guess have a chance to present to everybody here before a aesthetic
And then
decision like that would be.
Generally, when you were going through sort of the support aesthetics, the deck edge aesthetics, I assume the council should not be giving direction on all of the aesthetic choices. Is that the TAC will kind of make those decisions, or what's the?
Yeah, the process will be something similar. Again, we're just kind of showing the range of things that could be possible.
Okay.
These 6 that we showed for kind of all precedent images here, those are just 6 of probably hundreds of different options that we have. But just like we advance the alternatives, that'll be brought forward to the city and our advisory committee for what's really best for the context of this area, the function, and kind of narrow it down from there.
And then just, can you go back to the axons? I'm curious about
I'm sorry, back to
these pictures.
Oh.
Nope, the proposed switchbacks.
Yes.
Is the offset spiral, is that showing that it goes down to the river?
So
Am I reading that correctly?
Yeah, the offset spiral, I'll have a couple images here, but with the alternative that was advanced through this intersection, there will be a grade separated crossing with an at-grade crossing Burlington. So all of these ramps will go down kind of to the river level, if you will, and then this offset spiral cantilevers a little bit over the Iowa River.
Oh, that would be so wonderful. But you would go under the Burlington Street Bridge if you were going north-south across Burlington on the east side.
As one of the 2 options.
One of the
So
two
you can cross at grade or under.
Got it.
Does that increase flooding risk?
So we did look at where the 100-year, 500-year comes into it. This grade separated option, without getting into too many details, would require that intersection to be raised about 4 or 5 feet. And then with that river wall, we can kind of control just how much risk or how often that trail would be inundated by water. And then that the at-grade crossing would provide relief if that grade separated crossing was ever underwater.
Because of the floods, that area, it was hard to keep it open. They were draining water out. So is that a consideration to raise it despite, or to raise Burlington Street anyway?
That was one of the few different criteria that we looked at. Some of it had to do with catching the grade up on Grand. It's kind of a steep grade going up from that intersection, and then also looking at just where that water profile hits on the Iowa River for where we would need to be under and still kind of maintain that head clearance if you were crossing under the bridge.
I mean, because of the success that we saw on Dubuque Street, kind of doing the flood mitigation there, my assumption is if we were to really think about long term, and what has happened in the past, that might be something that maybe we can talk about as far as like a requirement in this process, because we don't have a lot of entries into the city, as you know, when there's flooding.
Yeah, and that will be part of the design decision. Right now, that profile can move up and down, and we can either make it a little more resilient or less resilient. It just depends how much profile you want to inundate.
And are the presumptions about all of these bridges, or all of these pedestrian bridges, are they the same width?
Yes.
Okay. So there's not one that's superior for bikes and people sharing. They're all equal. They're just different kinds of things. Okay.
Correct. Yeah, we looked at pedestrian counts through the area and making sure that it's wide enough to accommodate the pedestrian flow that we'd be seeing.
Cool.
Okay. On to some of the exciting things to see here, just to show you all those different 4 areas that you saw, those key areas. This is kind of our first take at everything being stitched together. So again, general concept, it's likely going to change, but these are just a concept to highlight some of the key elements here. So from end to end of the project, starting at the top left, that would be our centralized transit hub. We have the dedicated roadway to the hospital, so that transit hub is really offset for the main roadway. CAN bus, Iowa City bus wouldn't be in the main roadway space. They'd have their own pull-off. You'd have students being able to get to and from those buses without having to cross over the main roadway. Moving along is the realigned intersection, so better geometry through that intersection, and lines up much better with the existing, or with the proposed roadways here on all 4 quadrants. Addressing that ADA compliant ramp, we have wider and separate modes of transportation through the bridge and the rest of the project corridor. Byington, Melrose, and Grand has that 2-way roadway through that West Campus area. And then with the dam itself, we have the dam safing steps, and we're showing the passage option there too. And then we have access to the water's edge. A few other features to highlight is that dedicated pedestrian area. So pedestrian focus through there with limited vehicle access, improving a more intuitive wayfinding through that area by 2-waying that roadway with a potential bike and pedestrian underpass crossing by the law building, a dedicated bike lane and connector both through that intersection and then connecting to the existing bike facilities, and then highlighting that grade separated and the at-grade crossing. So then moving into the next slides, we'll have 3D renderings. So I'll just kind of stop talking and let everybody just take a look, but keep in mind some of those features that I highlighted here in that 2D space. So just a rendering of what this whole space would look like in 3 dimensions.
Can you walk, so there's pedestrian capacity on both the north and the south of Burlington Street, or eastbound and westbound? They're both sides. One is maybe wider.
Correct. The predominant flow through this intersection is on the north side and the east-west movement for pedestrians and bikes. So that width is wider, but we are providing a sidewalk on the south side of the bridge as well.
Great. And then help me understand where the underpass component, how that all works.
Yes. So you'd have the Iowa River Trail that would start here to go down. You would actually have sidewalk access here. So this would be a decision point whether you wanted to go to the riverside or sidewalk side. Would follow on the back side of the hydraulics lab. And then you'd have an access point and a decision point to get back up onto the surface here before you actually went underneath the bridge if you had to or wanted to. You'd cross underneath the bridge itself, and then you would take this ADA compliant ramp up 1 spiral to get back to the main level, or 2 to hit your grade separated overpass.
I love it. It's great.
So for clarity, there is you can cross underground.
Correct.
Got it.
Yeah.
So I have one more rendering that would show that maybe a little bit better.
Yeah.
So you would see movement underneath the bridge. You can start to see this ramp climb up, and then you can get back to the main elevation here with just 1 revolution.
And this is probably not the spot where you provide like something into the river.
Correct. Our kind of planned river interaction is
over there. Okay.
All over here on that south side of the bridge. We're just a little more constrained on the north side.
Sure.
Mike, it looks like from these renderings that the grade of Grand comes down quite a bit. Like it looks a lot less steep than it does now. Is that right? Like
It's similar. We have a little more grade to play with since we're not going kind of straight up, but we kind of take a meandering S-curve
Okay,
through
I
there.
see.
So it still has that incline to it. It's just maybe a couple degrees less than what it is today.
Did you? sorry?
Sorry, would the pedestrian area that would allow for travel continuing west there include like bicycles and micromobility?
Yes. Yeah, so what we're planning is just this, we're calling it a cycle track, but more dedicated bike and maybe micromobility space that would follow along the roadway, and then it would have an entry point into this pedestrian plaza, or you could have a more dedicated space to get through the area if you had to. So you can either dump off into the terrace pedestrian area or bypass all the
Stay
way
on the
through.
road. Okay.
So I did have questions about the Central Hub Transit. Because right now, downtown, we have Clinton and Washington Street on both sides with transit, you know, buses right there. So how much space will there be to hold if all of the buses are coming there now?
Yes. So we received, I guess, transit and ridership data from CANBUS and Iowa City Transit, and an express need, I guess, from CANBUS as well, that they kind of use this as a changing spot for buses, vehicles. So right now that would accommodate 5 buses is what we're planning. And at any
So-
given time when we ran our simulation, there'd be 3 buses there, but there's kind of an overflow if they stop,
Got it.
stall, interchange.
All right. So this isn't replacing what we have downtown, although there's been conversations about that at some point, looking at consideration for that. That makes sense.
Yeah, this would be separate just to address the current routes that are running
Okay.
through the area.
Thank you.
Yep.
And even though that area that says pedestrian is dotted green, there, you're saying that there is bus traffic running through that? Like where the current Grand Avenue is, east-west on Grand Avenue currently, is that, how would buses get to where your cursor is? Would they would, everyone follows that?
Yeah, the red route and yellow route for CANBUS would come around this way and then pull off into here, and then the blue route that's coming east would just make a left and then loop around and then come out that way. Any other questions while we're on the renderings?
Are you going to talk about costs? And
Can.
I mean, I was curious to know about that large hub of
Sure.
pedestrian space and CANBUS interchange. How much of that is a project for the city of Iowa City, and how much of that is a project for the university?
Yeah, the agreements between the different stakeholders are obviously still ongoing and just really dividing up what is which stakeholder's responsibility. There's some agreements in place already for the bridge and the pedestrian bridge and ramp. But the overall cost for the project, again, it's at a 5% level. We estimated it at about 70 million, just kind of plus or minus 30% or so.
And that's inclusive of the pedestrian CANBUS interchange, the dam, everything that's there?
Yep, everything that's colored in this rendering.
Remind us, the DOT, have they made a position on if they're going to maintain the ownership of?
The plan is for the DOT to take ownership of this singular bridge.
Got it.
So, sorry, I'm just going to keep asking questions, but this is very exciting, and I'm very happy to see this. The Melrose, what was Byington Road, it appears that the eastbound traffic is constrained. Is it just one lane of traffic traveling east on Melrose?
Yeah, right now, we just have one lane, still have many considerations as we go through design. What we identified is at a minimum 2 lanes in the westbound direction. One of them, if I can get this cursor back, one of them is a dedicated right-hand turn when you get to this intersection to feed into the campus area and then all of the parking ramps there. And then one of is that through route, and then with one lane coming from the west, it just maintains that one lane continuing to the east, coming from the west.
And okay.
happy to answer any other questions.
How concerned are we with having nice things on this bridge? Because it is that's where 1 bajillion people walk to the Kinnick games and then come back when they're happy or sad and a little drunk. I just don't. I've thought about that all the time, like, because I was thinking, oh, the cool art that we could have here, but I don't know. It's just kind of, it's been in my head thinking about this bridge, like the mass amount of pedestrian traffic that goes through it in that time of year.
Yeah.
Durability would be key, I agree.
Yeah,
with you.
Yes.
Maybe those pillars could be like Herkies, sort of like Herky statues holding up the bridge
Good.
underneath.
They do respect the Herkies.
They do, yeah.
If they don't take them, no. All right, anything else? Yes,
Perfect.
yes.
All right, so then just to talk about next steps here, just to keep you in the loop. So this is kind of the final presentation capping off that planning study. The only last remaining element of this planning study is we did submit for environmental clearance already, which we're anticipating in April. That'll conclude the planning study, and then we'll move right into design using this preferred concept. So preliminary design would start yet this winter, and we would anticipate a spring 2029 construction start. But that is being closely coordinated with Iowa DOT. They have a Benton Street bridge replacement project, and we don't want both bridges out at the same time. So,
Benton Street or Highway 6?
I'm sorry, Highway
Okay.
6. It says it right there on the slide.
Thank you.
But
Thank you.
Thank you, sorry.
All right, any other questions? Thank you.
Perfect.
All right, anyone from the public like to address this topic?
Yes, thank you. I'm Nick Pfeiffer. I'm with Think Iowa City. I'm also the leader of Pillar 1 of the Better Together 2030 vision. Pillar 1 emphasizes the need to embrace and utilize the Iowa River. The kingpin to all future development on the Iowa River has always been the Burlington Street Dam. And as you approve this resolution and continue to work towards the final completion of the designs and consideration, I hope you really think about the importance of modifying the dam to include fish passage, small boat passage, and adding recreational elements. The last sentence of the council action report that you received says the Burlington Street Dam is anticipated to be modified for safety and to address drowning hazards, and options for further dam modifications may include fish passage and/or recreation element. Please don't let this to continue to be may, and let's make it be will include. This is the opportunity we've all been waiting for decades. Please don't let this pass by as the preliminary design continues to take place over the next year. Please convey that the dam modifications for recreation purposes are a priority and not a maybe. Having been part of this, the process here over the last 6 months, it was very exciting to see those 3D renderings. I hope you enjoy those, and thank you for including those. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'm just going to ask you to sign in right there and also state what city you're from.
I live in Tiffin, Iowa.
Awesome, thank you. Anyone else want to address this topic? If you're online, please raise your virtual hand. See no one in person and no one else, and no one online. Council discussion.
I'm clearly excited about this, so sorry. Thank you for allowing me to ask lots of questions. I do think that I'm glad to see that, I think that the attachment that we had listed dam alternates, and I read that to mean we are definitely doing something with the dam, but exactly what we're doing is up in the air. I think we should continue to keep that as part of the project and make it as safe as possible. Because as we're thinking about how awesome this could be, I think we shortcut that one piece and suddenly we think about taller guardrails and different safety features and all kinds of other elements. So I would, good point. Hopefully we can make this not only something that looks good, but something people actually use. So I'm excited. I'm really excited. So.
And I'm really grateful for the amount of transparency that we're having with these updates and, understanding there's the whole committee that's been working and it's just so reassuring to hear like the difference from even a month ago to tonight. And yes, the DOT intends to take ownership of the bridge, for example. That's so really appreciate the amount of communication as the project proceeds.
I do think it's important to raise the level of the bridge. So I came in November of '93, and so the flood had already happened. But you can see all the evidence of the Iowa City flooding, and so I've lived through all the other floods on some level. Oh no, all of them, because I was here. And so, with it being so very limited, access points, it might be, really important, honestly, to raise that. We saw how, again, impactful that has been on Dubuque Street. So, I really think that should be a part of the plan. All right, hearing no other comments. Roll call, please.
Alter,
Yes.
Burgess,
Yes.
Harmson,
Yes.
Mo,
Yes.
Sala,
Yes.
Teague,
Yes.
Wyline.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. 12F, Iowa City 2026 State Legislative Priorities, Resolution establishing the City of Iowa City's 2026 State Legislative Priorities. And can I get a motion to approve, please?
So moved, Mo.
Second, Wyline.
Moved by Mo, seconded by Wylang. And are we going to you? All right, welcome, Kirk.
Thanks, Mayor. So every year, obviously, the state legislature goes into session, and this year's no different. So we expect them to start their session, or they're planning to start their session on January 12th of 2026. In the past, City Council has typically adopted a stated position on issues that do affect the legislature. So for this year, it is the second session of the 91st legislature, 91st Assembly. And we are essentially bringing you back something very similar to what was passed last year with some minor updates that generally reflects things that are still relevant or that may not be relevant any longer. Now, how do we use your priorities that you put together? Well, first and foremost, we use that to communicate directly with our delegation at the State House, and we like to sit down with them and say, these are some of the priorities of council. We talk very generally about that. But this is just one of those pieces that we use as we're looking at priorities at the State House. So obviously, this doesn't encapsulate every issue that's going to come up at the State House, especially with the legislature being producing more and more legislation each year, it appears, with last year being a record. So we also look at things like your strategic plan. We look at other resolutions that you've passed. But this is really the succinct location where you can state your position on various issues. So it is really yours to make your own changes you see fit. If there are changes that you've seen since the last session. And I would also just like to highlight that we work very closely with many other partners as we work with our lobbyist, which is Carney and Appleby at the State House. But we also work through the League of Cities, the Metro Coalition, which are other allied groups that represent us. And then we also like to elevate the voices of the University of Iowa and USG specifically, as the student body is obviously a large portion of our population at the city. So with that, that's all I have. I'm happy to answer any questions you have about the resolution as it's presented, or any questions you have about this year's legislative process.
Can we ask them to just not do it this year?
Just don't convene.
Yeah, just they can just skip
Could certainly try.
Okay.
Get back all home rule.
Yeah.
Yeah, the home rule's on there.
Just like city states, let's do that.
Do you feel like this is the appropriate quantity of items to have on a priorities list?
I would say that is really up to you to decide. Well,
That's a non-answer.
that's a non-answer, but here's what I would say. You want it to be succinct enough that you have confidence that your delegation is reading it, but you want to make sure that it highlights the issues that are important to you too. So I would say every year we go through a process where we might add some, we might take some away. I feel comfortable that this isn't too much, but it's really up to you to make that determination. There is no right answer when it comes to how long should it be.
We also have a lobbyist, legislative lobbyist for the city. So
We do, and we regularly bring you things if they come up mid-session that aren't anticipated, and we regularly comment on things that we believe are consistent, like I said, with, the adopted positions of council. So the example that I'll give is, there's lots of library legislation that comes through. That's not really clearly stated on here, but a lot of the, First Amendment issues as they relate to our strategic plan and ensuring equity and human rights in the city, we're pretty comfortable weighing in on this is something that the city supports or this is something that it doesn't. And where we don't know, we'll ask you as our elected representatives to make those calls too.
Yep, so I'm going to ask council to ask any questions to Kirk at this time.
Kirk, is this the time to make suggestions for potentially taking things off?
We'll have deliberation for that.
Well, okay. Yeah, no, I was just asking, I didn't mean this exact moment, but I meant this item. Once we get to deliberations, this would be that we have the opportunity to do that. That's my question.
Yeah, I mean, if you have a question for Kirk, absolutely, relating to something that you're thinking to remove, and you could either do it now, a direct question, or you can do it during your deliberation if it's going to be really a drawn-out back and forth, which it sounds like it is.
Oh, I don't think so. No, I was just wondering if, in fact, during our discussion, whether we had the opportunity. My question was, do we have the opportunity to remove items?
You certainly have the opportunity to remove items as part of this. One thing and to add items as well or change things. One thing that I would recommend is that if you're moving items, that's pretty clean, pretty simple to do. If you're going to add items, it might be easier if you provide direction to staff and we come back at our next session with a cleaned up version that might allow a more meaningful deliberation on it rather than trying to wordsmith up here. I know that the session does start January 12th, with the next meeting being January 9th, but realistically, it takes at least a month or so before January 6th, excuse me, sorry. It does take a bit of time for things to heat up at the State House, so we would still provide it to our delegation in advance, but there's an opportunity to provide additional changes at your next meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Kirk? Anyone from the public like to address this topic? Seeing no one in person or online, council discussion?
One thing I always happy to see, the manufactured housing pieces in there. One thing I was thinking about as I was reading through this over this weekend, would it be worthwhile to put something in there, and maybe I'm missing it, and I'm reading through again, make sure I haven't missed it, but something about wanting, whatever they do with property taxes to not penalize cities for their successful growth, which is something which they've been doing to us for a couple of years now. You guys follow kind of what I'm saying. And it doesn't, again, your suggestion is well taken about shooting you guys a thought and then not trying to wordsmith it, but something related to property taxes in here, because there's certainly already been some discussion from the governor about some proposals. And so, something about the restoration of fair property taxes, not penalizing communities for successfully growing like we've been doing. And, that would certainly then, of course, touch on several of our initiatives and services. So I don't know if the rest of the council would be amenable to that.
I like that, especially if property tax is going to happen, which it sounds like they're committed to it. If we can shape it in any way, I like what you're talking about. We shouldn't be penalized for being successful.
And I think we could probably just include that in the section that's currently on page 4 that talks about some of our concerns about property tax changes. I like that too, though, Sean.
I like that. I also, it's just kind of, this is my first time doing this and reading this, so it's just kind of jarring to see, things such as like the great stuff about manufactured mobile homes, the housing affordability crisis, climate action, and then Kratom. Yeah. So I was wondering, Councilor Alter, if that's what you were going to be referring to, but yeah, I mean, I would totally be in agreement with, not to say that we don't necessarily agree, but in terms of what are the priorities right now of the city, I don't know if, I should speak for myself, but if this is up there in our current moment in time, and the something that I thought was kind of front and center to potentially add, or that I think is, I think we should, very strongly think we should add, is one of the craziest things that the legislator did that last year was, take civil rights protections away from a certain group of people, a large trans people, who Iowa City has a large trans population, and we just passed that resolution. I feel like that would be totally in line with us as a council, just something along the lines of not only advocating for protections for trans folks, but reinstating gender identity into civil rights protection.
Sort of a support for the restoration of civil rights as they were in Iowa 2 years ago. And opposition to any further erosion, something along those lines.
Yeah, I like that.
That's good.
I also agree with taking Kratom off of the priority list.
I'm okay. There's nothing in there that's, I think, incorrect or wrong. It's just
Right.
No, it's just not a priority.
It's not our most important thing that we hear about every day. I agree.
Same.
What about advocating for immigration and immigrant? You want to add something like that? Because I think the state is being
Complicit?
passing a lot of bills against immigrant.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that could be included in the item in preventing or, advocating against any erosions of rights and making sure that protected identities remain protected. I don't know how to address what you're more specifically saying, Mayor Pro Tem, of that immigrants are being targeted currently.
Yeah, I don't know either, but I'm just thinking if somebody have an idea. But that's something really important. We have a lot of immigrants in our community.
And I think the beautiful thing is that as we're talking about some topics, staff will have opportunities to do some presentations and maybe seek some clarifications amongst us during this process.
Because the audience for this advocacy is our state government, and knowing their composition, does it make sense to advocate for not wasting state money on enforcing federal laws?
That's great.
Yeah, maybe that's it.
Beyond the removal of Kratom, is there any other item
to remove
that folks are wanting to add or remove? I guess in that moment, I was just thinking about that.
For me, it's only the immigration.
Anything else for legislative priorities at this time?
Does it include, does it include under support reform measures to reduce racial disparity in the criminal justice system? Do we have any language in there talking about reinstating our ability to have civilian oversight.
Oh, sure.
I think that would be a good addition, asking to give us back the ability to have CPRBs. I agree. Good thought.
All right. Hearing nothing else?
So this will come back to us January 6th?
Yes, and if I can just take a moment to say what I've heard and make sure that this is the direction that we're receiving. So in the tax section, mentioned that we want to make sure that we're not penalized for growth in addition to our other, discussion on page 4. To remove the item related to Kratom, to add in an item that's tied to the protection of civil rights in Iowa City, specifically as it relates to gender identity and immigration, reinstating civil rights where civil rights used to exist, and opposing the further erosion of civil rights for those populations. And then finally, within the reform measures to reduce racial disparity in the criminal justice system, to reinstate the ability to have a meaningful CPRB that can oversee police. Is that an accurate summation?
I think there was also something about how federal funds are allocated.
I was searching for some way to address Counselor Salah's.
So that would be a separate item. I guess I was interpreting that as part of civil rights, the immigration piece of the civil rights.
I trust you guys to listen to this recording over and over and over again and make it all perfect. But yes, there's an immigration component, and maybe that's what I said was too specific about the solution as opposed to just advocating for that. But thinking about.
Okay.
But making it like really separate item will be strong.
Okay.
There was one other thing that I think I was talking with Councilor Moe about earlier, about under our address the housing affordability crisis. I don't know if this could be incorporated in there, but due to the fact that the federal funding for supportive housing is kind of in limbo right now, something in there to encourage the state to fund such things in lieu of the federal government, because I know that's something that is heavily on the mind of people in Iowa City who do that work right now.
I think that's the last sentence of the expand state support for efforts to address the affordable housing crisis, but sort of be more specific about the state's responsibility when the federal government fails.
Yeah, I think, it would fit right in that
Why
paragraph.
like you literally read my mind, because I was going to ask if we could put something in there because of what's happening at a federal level with permanent supportive housing. So thank you for raising it.
Yeah, and something like it's not just carrying forward federal programs, it's like backfilling when they're cut.
Oh,
Yeah.
Exactly. Something to bolster, I mean, permanent supportive housing or housing first or whatever, so.
And I do just want to speak briefly to the fact that we know that many of these items are not going to be taken seriously by our legislature. And I think it's very important that we continue to stand in our values and to make the record so that people know that Iowa City still believes in these things and that we're not going to try to, imagine a world in which they couldn't pass laws that would do all these things, because they sure can.
Adding on to that, just to point out, most of I totally agree, but our local legislators do tend to support
Yes.
very
Thank you.
strongly those things. So
That's an important
So credit where
distinction.
credit is due.
Yes.
For those folks and others like them around the state. So we do have allies. They're just outnumbered currently.
Very good point. Thank you.
All right, anything else? Roll call, please.
If I may, Mayor, what I would suggest at this point, given that there are a lot of changes here, I would suggest the council just defeat this tonight, and then we come back with a brand new, because otherwise we're looking at a significant amendment. We don't want to wordsmith tonight.
Sure.
So to be clear, I mean, we'll be coming back with a revised version.
All right.
So just Vote no.
I would encourage council to vote no this evening on this resolution, and we'll come back with a fresh one on January 6th.
Groovy.
Roll call, please.
Burgess.
No.
Harmson.
No.
Mo.
No.
Sella.
No?
Teague.
No.
Wyline.
No.
Alter.
No.
Motion passes motion fails 0-7. All right. We're at item number 13, council appointments. 13A, Board of Adjustment. Board of Adjustment, one vacancy to fill a 5-year term, January 1st, 2026 through December 31st, 2030. Council discussion at this time. Can I get well, we'll just go ahead and have discussion. There is only one applicant for this. I wanted to have discussions on that.
This is
Yeah.
Deborah Vandergast, the public health nurse who has experience. Looks like a great candidate to me.
Yeah, I think she'd be good.
All right.
And I nominate her.
Yep, sure.
All right.
Okay.
All right, can I get a motion to appoint Deborah Vandergast?
I would move to appoint Deborah Vandergast to the Board of Adjustments for a vacancy to fill a 5-year term.
Moved
I will
by-
second it.
Yep. Moved by Mo, seconded by Sala. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Item 13B, Planning and Zoning Commission, one vacancy to fill an unexpired term upon appointment through June 30th, 2026. Council discussion.
I would nominate Colette Atkins.
I'm okay
Right?
with
Did I
that.
get her last name
Some
right?
good candidates.
Yeah, we had really good candidates. I
We
thought when
did.
it was a short list, it'd be easier.
Yeah, I would agree. And I can support Colette.
Yeah.
I've had the opportunity to talk with her several times since she moved here a couple of years ago. And she's just incredibly engaged and very smart. And I think she would be an excellent choice. Not that, as always, we have really good candidates, but
Yeah, I would just like to bring up, I'm totally on board because, all of these candidates are really good. And we're in that situation all the time. Mathieu Bajir, I hope I'm pronouncing his last name correctly. Just gotten to know through neighborhood things and would also be a great candidate for this too. But yeah, I mean, I don't think we can go wrong with this group of people, so I'm okay with y'all's nomination too.
Not any other nominations. Want to at least get. I mean, I guess everyone is being nominated at this point. But want to just see if there's a majority of, at least a majority for Colette. Okay. All right. So if I can get a nomination, a motion to appoint.
so moved. Alter.
So a motion to appoint Colette Atkins by Alter,
Second, Wyline.
seconded by Wyline. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 7-0. We're at item number 14, announcements of vacancies new. 14A, we have the Public Art Advisory Committee, one vacancy for an at-large representative to fill an unexpired term upon appointment through December 31st, 2027. Applications must be received by 5 p.m. Tuesday, January 13th, 2026. Could I get a motion to accept correspondence?
So moved, Wyline.
Second, Harmson.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Item 15 is announcements of vacancies previous. We have Climate Action Commission, one vacancy to fill an unexpired term. Applications must be received by 5 p.m. Tuesday, December 30th, 2025. Airport Zoning Board of Adjustment, one vacancy to fill a 5-year term. Airport Zoning Board of Adjustment, one vacancy to fill a 5-year term. Board of Appeals, one vacancy for a licensed electrician to fill a 5-year term. Board of Appeals, one vacancy for a HVAC professional to fill an unexpired term. Historic Preservation Commission, one vacancy for a Brown Street representative to fill a 3-year term. Historic Preservation Commission, one vacancy for a Jefferson Street representative to fill a 3-year term. Historic Preservation Commission, one vacancy for a Woodlawn Avenue representative to fill a 3-year term. Vacancies will remain open until filled. We're at item number 16, which is City Council information.
Just a quick thank you to the Public Works Department. I know they had the week of Thanksgiving while we were enjoying our leftover turkey and stuffing. They were busy switching out the trucks from the leaf pickup to quick get the snowplows on because we had the incoming storm. And, you know, just I know that, you know, my neighborhood, they did a nice job cleaning up pretty quickly after that. But I am willing to bet behind the scenes there were a lot of overtime and a lot of people that had to cut short family gatherings in order to do that for the city. So I just wanted to acknowledge that work and thank them and wish them luck on a hopefully a quieter winter season, but we'll see.
I would just like to say that this week, tomorrow, and then probably again next week, Monday through Wednesday, from 7:30 a.m. to 6 p.m., the workers at our downtown Iowa City Starbucks are still on strike because they haven't, it's been 4 years and they haven't got a contract. Them in particular, it's been about a year and a half since they've unanimously voted to unionize and they still don't have a contract. So the help on the picket line totally works, and also I would encourage people not to shop at Starbucks in the meantime.
Just a reminder that our next council meeting will be January 6th at 8 a.m. for our organizational meeting. And then we will be having our work session and our formal meeting, 4 p.m. work session, 6 p.m. formal meeting. So we'll be having a little break.
Say that again, Mayor. I couldn't hear you.
Just referring to our next meetings so the public is aware that we'll be meeting on January 6th.
Okay, yeah. All right.
Great. All right, we're going to move on to item number 17, report on items from city staff, city manager's office.
Yeah, I just wanted to give a brief follow-up on the city-led food drive that our staff put on. Again, I know I've said this, or I know Jeff has said this, but huge shout out to our communications team, to our volunteers, to all the support we got from city employees to make that really successful with the city facility drop-off locations, with the drop-off or the pop-up events in the parks and in the 3 grocery stores. It really was a huge success. At the end of the day, we were able to donate 3,000 pounds of food and as well collect financial contributions that we didn't know would be collected, but about $1,200 in financial contributions as well. So true outpouring of support from the community, from our volunteers, from city staff, and again, shout out for just putting that on quickly. So always good to highlight those wins.
Yeah.
Good.
City Attorney's Office.
Nothing for me, thank you.
City Clerk.
Nothing from me.
All right, we're at item number 18. Can I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved, Wyline.
Second, Burgess.
All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 7-0. All right, enjoy the long winter break.
End of the year.
Yeah.
Thank you
Yeah,
very
and
much,
Happy New Year.
Mayor Pro Tem, for being online.
Yeah, thank
That way
you.
The world.
Thank you. It's 4 o'clock in the morning. Thank you.
Okay. No, I just.